Hello, everyone. I am live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. There's a very special reason that I was missing last week, and that was Keaton and I finally took our trip out west. So we ended up going to Colorado, Utah, and Arizona, and it was an absolutely wonderful time. I do have pictures to share with all of you later on in the stream, and I can tell you a little bit more about the trip if you want to hear about it. But we had a wonderful time. Very excited to be home, happy to be with Barker again because he was being boarded at the vet and he did a wonderful job. The people at the vet love him. Like he's such a superstar, as you can imagine. I mean, he's so cute. I mean, how could he not be a superstar? Who couldn't love Barker? But I'm very happy to be home. And Keaton and I are kind of figuring out that about that 6-day mark is about the time when we're so exhausted that we're ready to come home, even with like the beautiful experience that we were having. It's hard on the body to travel that much and to go through so many different time zones too. I was very sleep deprived yesterday and ended up sleeping most of the afternoon all the way through the evening because I was just having really bad sleep deprivation. So feeling much better now. I got all the rest that I needed. I should hopefully be back on schedule tonight. So wish me luck with that. Keaton's doing very well. He's being very sweet right now and helping with all the laundry from our trip. I'm actually wearing a shirt that I got in the Grand Canyon. It's got a fun image on the back, and I can show you all later. I've officially started my patch jacket. I told Keaton that I wanted to make a jacket that's got like different patches from places that we go, and I officially ironed them on today, and it's already looking really awesome. So I will share that with you all as well. But grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what temperature it is. We're kind of like waffling right now with our weather, but it feels pretty good. Not too much to complain about. Tonight, I just realized I forgot to grab my book. That's why I keep looking around. I forgot to grab my book before I walked in here. But I'm going to be finishing that nonfiction hiking the Appalachian Trail book by David Miller that I was reading. As you can imagine, I was adventuring so much and we were hiking so much. I was too tired to read most of the time. I did get some. Thank you, honey. Thank you. I did get some reading done. Actually, I got quite a bit done on the plane ride on the way there. And so I'm at page 294 of 328. So making good progress. And then I'm going to be reading Went Through the Keyhole that I am reading with Kat. And I got to read that and finish it before the end of the month, which I fully believe that I can do. So please let me know what it is that you are reading or working on. I meant to change that over, whatever it is that you're reading or working on tonight. And I'll go over and say hi to everybody who is here. And Rob is here. Hi, Rob. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I started The Women in the Dunes by Kobo Abe. And Keaton, I'll go with jalapeno popper scalloped potatoes. That actually sounds really good, Rob. I don't think I've ever had that before. You might have just totally made that up, but I would have no idea. But we ended up having Subway for dinner. We both got footlongs so that we could have leftovers. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, hello, Friday Night Lights. I'm reading the same 3 books from last week. I think I'm just going to finish up The War of the Flower, another Portal fantasy. War of the Flowers. I haven't heard of that one. Hopefully you're liking it. Rob says, hello, Sir Francis. Yes, sir. Sir Francis is back and ready again, wearing his ceremonial bread. And Rob says, finger red number 1. And Mary says, hello, folks. I'm reading Heartbeats by Bjorn Borg. I'm at 70% and want to finish tonight. Well, wonderful. And good to see you, Mary. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, all. And Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends, and hello to you. Eleanor says, hello. I'm reading Even White Trash Zombies Get the Blues. That's great this afternoon. I like that title. Heidi says, wow, so excited you went hiking Zion and Canyonlands. So we ended up starting out in Grand Junction, Colorado, and we got to go to the Colorado National Monument. We didn't hike there because that was our day to kind of like drive around. The next day, we ended up going to Capitol Reef and we hiked the Chimney Rock Trail. And then after that, we went to Zion and we did the observation trail, which totaled about 8 miles that day. And then when we were in the Grand Canyon, we did a good chunk of the South Kaibab Trail. We ended up going to Cedar Ridge, and that was a descent and then ascent again of about 1,100 feet over the course of a 3-mile journey. So that one was pretty tough. I mean, our Chimney Rock Trail hike, I mean, there's a good little climb in there, but the South Kaibab Trail was definitely, I would say, the hardest of all of them. The observation trail at Zion, even though it was 8 miles, it really didn't have that much in terms of, going up and down. A lot of it was quite smooth and easy. So I would say, even though that one was the greatest distance, that one was also the easiest one to do. So we had a wonderful time. Keaton and I both agree that Zion, of all the 3 parks and the one monument that we ended up going to see, was our favorite. So if we were to go back to Zion, Keaton said he wanted to ride the horses through the canyons, and I said that I wanted to do the Narrows. So definitely a reason to go back. Heidi says, you must read Desert Solitaire now by Edward Abbey. Desert Solitaire. Hold on. Let me make a little note.
Mules.
There we go. No, the horses were in Zion. The mules were in the Grand Canyon.
Yes, you're correct.
I hear Keaton in the back goes, mules! And I was like, no, wrong park. And Melissa says, got through my first week of filling in for someone at work. Well, good job. And then Jamie says, sounds like a great trip and love the shirt. Thank you. Yes, this was the only shirt that I got. I think Keaton got 1 or 2 shirts as well. The majority of my souvenir items were just patches. So I didn't even really feel like I spent that much money. The bulk of the trip cost, I mean, other than, having to rent the car and get the hotels and stuff, I would say was just getting food. Gas prices, for anybody who was wondering about gas too, my mom was so worried because when they went to the Grand Canyon a couple of years ago, the prices there were already really bad. And she was warning me it was probably going to be like $6-7 a gallon. It wasn't. The highest gas price that we ended up paying when we were there was $4.99. Now, I'm not saying that's good. It's not good for gas prices to be $5, but it definitely wasn't as bad as I was anticipating, and we didn't spend that much in other places. Keaton also wanted me to show a book that he bought while we were there, and this was when we were in Zion, and there was an art gallery that we went to, and there was an artist there named Royden Card, and he created a book called Desert Drawn of different woodblock carvings that he had done, as well as poetry. There's corresponding poetry on the other page, but isn't that really cool? So Keaton and I are going to be sharing this book and going through it, and gives us a really just something fond. I mean, there's so many things fond to remember about this trip that it gives us one more thing. And Stina says, hello, Alex, Sir Francis in chat. I'm reading How to Solve Your Own Murder. I feel like I've heard of that. So hopefully that's a really fun book. Good to see you. And Heidi says, hello, Rob. Did you read any more Bewley in the last 2 weeks? And Melissa says, going to be finishing up lessons in chemistry today. Have to drive my dad into town in about an hour. Well, good luck with the drive. Hope you stay safe. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex and Sir Francis. That trip sounds like a great adventure. Love your tea. Thank you. Yeah, it was a really great adventure. I feel like I saw so much. I also took a lot of Polaroid pictures, which are not easy to show you all on camera, but I'm really glad that I practiced with it before we left for the trip, because it got me the ability to test out lighting and what works for the pictures and what doesn't. So the vast majority of the pictures ended up turning out great. And I was just so thrilled because I was really worried everything was going to be washed out due to the sun. But we really lucked out most of the time with the weather, other than the one day at the Grand Canyon when we were standing on the rim and it started snowing. Like, and not like a little bit of snow, like full, like blowing snow. And then the very next day it was beautiful. So it was kind of wild. And Rob says, Heidi the Lesser Dead, a 5-star read until the last 10 pages that ruined the story. No, that's so sad. And hi, Angel. Good to see you. Angel says, hi, Alex. Hello, everyone. Just finished The Housemaid. Going to update the reading journal, then start Zom Rom-Com. That's fun. Housemaid is the one that they just made the movie off of, right? Did you like the book? Did you plan on seeing the movie? Stina says, I tried reading that one for Book Snob, Rob, but I had to DNF. Rob says, Stina, all the events that Joey mentions, I was either there, attended, or had firsthand knowledge of, then that ending. Boo. I'm sorry. Heidi says, the Narrows and Angels landing at Zion. The Overlook trail that we ended up doing, when I show you all the photos, you can actually see Angel's Landing from the Overlook, and it's like way down there, and it looks so small in comparison. We definitely got the best view. I'm going to call it right now. We got the best view in the park. And Chris says, glad you had a good time and got your rest. I hope you were able to have a good weekend. Well, thank you. I think so. I get to see my mom. So it's always a good weekend when I get to see my mom. And Stina says, Zion is amazing. I've only driven through and really want to go back. It was fantastic in every way. Angela says, I haven't read since yesterday morning, so I'm ready to go. I'm reading The Ending Writes Itself by the pen name of Evelyn Clark, but it's really V.E. Schwab and Kat Clark, thriller set in Scotland. Ooh, let me know how that goes. I saw that book in the Barnes & Noble. I went with my mom to the Barnes & Noble here recently, and I actually told her, I was like, oh, you should see if you would read that book, if you'd be interested in that book, because my mom reads a ton of thrillers and mysteries. And she didn't seem to be super interested in it, but I read the little blurb and I thought it sounded cool, and I had no idea that V.E. Schwab was involved. So that's fun. Heidi says, Rob, I took the author's advice and disregarded the epilogue. I am all for the original ending, and now I do that with many books since The Lesser Dead. And Keaton's here. Keaton is planning on reading hopefully another good chunk of The Stand tonight. He's been working his way through that for a while now, but he says it's hard to read in large chunks, and I don't blame him, because it definitely can be quite emotional of a book. So I'm glad that he's going to be hanging out with us for a little bit tonight. And Keaton's saying, pointing to Rob, and Mary says, a beautiful book choice, Keaton. Yeah, he really did pick a good one with the wood block carvings and everything. It was really neat. And Angel says, yes, I liked it. My first Frida McFadden 4 stars. I'm planning to watch the movie this weekend. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time. I saw the synopsis of the movie, so I know, I think everything that happens in the book. So hope you have a really good time watching that. And with that, oh, sorry, Stina says, I'm on the library waiting list for all editions of The Ending Writes Itself, but I'll probably give up and buy it. Well, regardless of how you end up reading it, I hope you end up enjoying it, because that's the most important thing. I will go ahead and get us set up here for our 45-minute sprint. But before we go, you all can let me know, would you like to see the pictures that I have? I just created like 2 little slides to show you all. It won't take much time at all. But would you like to see the pictures that I have from our adventure now, or would you like to see them after the sprint? I'm good either way. And Rob says, The Stand still holds up, but I'm older than dirt and get all the references. I still think The Stand holds up, because Keaton was talking to me about stuff that happens in the book, and I'm like, yeah, still a good story. Angela says, did you see any wild javelinas out there in Arizona since following the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping in Tucson? I've seen so many. Don't seem to bother people. But they sure love to eat flowers. I don't think so, just because I don't know what that is. Hang on one second. Javelinas, Arizona. Oh no, I didn't see any like cute little wild pigs or anything. They're so cute. No, I've never seen one of those. Mary says, Keaton, have you read Swan Song? Heidi says, now please for the pics. Well, Heidi got there first, so I'll go ahead and do them. Let me see here. One second. Oh, sorry. I gotta stop sharing so I can reshare other things. I don't know why this thing gets so finicky sometimes. Such a pain in the butt. All right. Share screen. Window. There we go. All right. So I'm sharing this window with you all, so hopefully you can see it. But this right here was when we were at the Colorado National Monument. So that was when we first got to the trip. This was our second day when we ended up going to Capitol Reef to hike the Chimney Rock Trail. These were some pictures right here that I got in Zion. And this was the day that we went hiking on the Overlook Trail. And that right down here is actually Angel's Landing. So you can see how much higher up we are. Oh no. Yeah, you can see how much higher up we are right here than the people who were hiking that trail. And then this was a picture of Keaton and I when we were over the Colorado River, which was really fun because I'd never seen the Colorado River before. So that's the first slide. And then the second one that I made here. There we go. This is a rim view right here of the Grand Canyon. And then these are actually for when we were hiking down to Cedar Ridge. And you can see so we're standing right here and up there is the rim where we hiked down from. So we actually went down into the canyon. I think it was about halfway, which maybe not quite half, but it was still a pretty far ways down, and we had a really wonderful time on that hike. I was really proud of myself because I've been practicing with going hiking a lot more and trying to get my cardio and everything up, and I felt like this hike was not nearly as bad as it would have felt prior to me building up some of my strength. And the good news too is I did not have any issues with my back on this trip. My shoulders were really tense from the weight of the pack, and I had some tightness and everything, but I wasn't really dealing with a lot of pain. So I was very excited about that. This was when we went to the traditional overlook that a lot of people get their picture taken at. Sorry, my cursor is showing a different thing to you all. And then this was a picture that somebody also very kindly decided to take of us up on the rim. And I just thought our pictures turned out so cute. So we had a really wonderful time. And I appreciate you all for wanting to see those because I was really excited to share them. I made that slide today just so that I could show you all some of the pictures. And of course, I have a ton more than that, but that just makes it the easiest to kind of tell the narrative of the story, if you will, of everything that we did. Mary says later for pics. I'm sorry, Mary. And Keaton says, Mary, no, I haven't, nor know much more other than it has a following. And Mary says, it's better than the stand. Nighty says, thank you, Alex. I get busy with Lukey and miss some of the chatty bits. Well, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed them. Stina says, great photos. Thank you, Stina. Heidi says, the pics with you in the blue shirt is a winner. Print that one. Yeah, we had a really great time with the pictures, too. On the train ride, there were actually a photographer on the train who took our pictures and printed some of them out, and we could choose which ones we wanted. And so we ended up getting some of those. And one of them's in the bedroom, one of them is in the dining room, and one of them's on the fridge. So it was fun. Mary says, we live in a beautiful world. It is a beautiful world. And I was thinking that the whole time. Keaton could tell you, he can confirm. I was so excited about every little thing that was different than anything that we could see at home. It was just wonderful. Angela says, tell your mom that Tina Books on YouTube concentrates on thrillers and has tons of recommendations. She reads a ton of them. Well, thank you. I will let her know. Tina Books. Rob says, great shots. Thank you. I was a little proud of my photography. I'm not a photographer, but I think they turned out really good. Angel says, so cool. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for wanting to see them. Mary says, it's okay. I love the pics. Frame them. I do. I need to frame some of them. The Polaroids make me happy because Keaton had already bought these cork boards that you can arrange in any style that you want. And so I'm actually going to create like a collage for, I think I was going to do one board for each state to like show our journey and like the progression through it. And I thought that that was really cool. And Angela says gorgeous scenery and a gorgeous couple. I think you were saying gorgeous. Happy to hear your back held up for you. Yes, thank you. I was really proud of my back because some of the weight that I was carrying throughout that time was quite heavy. So the fact that I wasn't having any issues, I'm like, physical therapy helped. Yes, it did a thing. All right, everybody. Now I will quit teasing you. I've been talking for 20 minutes and I will give you all your first sprint of the evening. So here's 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm wishing you all happy reading and I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, and I'll give you your first question. Ah, I'm all over the place. My bad. All over the place. It's just going to be, are you doing anything for Mother's Day this Sunday? There you go. That's your question. And Angela says, yes, gorgeous. Thank you. I'll see you on a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 306, so with any luck, I might finish the book during the next sprint unless I get distracted again. I was a little distracted this time. Oh, but that's okay. Before we left, I asked you all the question, are you doing anything for Mother's Day this Sunday? My plans are currently a little bit up in the air. Unfortunately, my mom's brother, so my uncle PJ, had a heart attack incident before we left on our vacation. And then he ended up going back into the hospital yesterday because they had to put a defibrillator in. My mom kept calling it a defibrillator. I don't know if that's the same thing as a pacemaker, but they had to put that in his heart because when they put in one stent, they had found that there was another blockage that had actually grown its own pathway around. And the doctors think that either he was having issues because of the medication they put him on after the first heart attack, or it was a problem due to that area that had like regrown a new pathway and not the area that had the stent. So he's still in the hospital after having that procedure because they have to keep him for multiple days. And we don't know when he's going to be coming home. So likely everybody will end up going over to my mama's, and we'll probably have lunch or dinner together just to hang out for a little while and get to see everybody. But fortunately, my uncle is okay. So hopefully none of you have anything nearly that stressful that you have to deal with for your Mother's Day, because my poor mama has, as you can imagine, been really worried about my uncle, that being her only son. So yeah, let's just putting the vibes out there that everybody else's Mother's Day will be very positive and happy. And Alicia is here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Just joining, about to eat dinner with family and emptying out my library. Long story, but I'll be here in and out. You're emptying out your library. I'm guessing you're rearranging it, or you're deciding you want to sell some things. I have to go through mine every now and then to sell stuff too because I run out of space. Heidi says, oh, we're all going to my sister's new empty nester, new condo in New Jersey overlooking the Hudson River in Manhattan on Mother's Day. Well, ooh, that's fun. I hope that she has a lovely condo and is having a good time being an empty nester. I know that can be hard on some parents. Some parents are open to it. Some parents it's really hard on. Just depends. Alicia says, for my Mother's Day, I hope to sleep in and relax that day, as you deserve. But I think I'll still be working on the library cleanup and such. Yeah, cleaning up a library, I mean, all of us, I think, have pretty extensive collections. Doing anything with all of your books is an effort. And Anne says, hello. Hi, Anne. Reading Daughter of Egypt by Marie Benedict. It's not the book, but I am definitely having trouble staying awake today. Okay. Well, if you need to take a nap, it's all right. I appreciate you coming and saying hello. Angela says, I'll be spending the day with my daughter and grandsons at her house tomorrow. It's game day as usual, but we may go out for dinner. Always a fun time with them. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad that you get to see your daughter and your grandsons. Stina says, no, Brian's mother lives in another state, so I'm sure he'll call her Sunday, but otherwise we're just hoping for a quiet day at home. Well, that sounds nice too. Mary says, read to 86%, 46 pages to go. You got this, Mary. You're going to get to that end. And Zach's here. Hi, Zach. Zach says, hi. I'm reading Yesterday by Caro Claire Burke. It's really popular and people are loving it, but I'm really annoyed. I have never heard of Yesterday, so I can't say that I know anything about it. Stina says, I'm at 91% in How to Solve Your Own Murder. Okay, curious to hear how you liked it by the end, what your rating will be. Jamie says that sprint was the 3 L's lunch, laundry, library. Finished the first 2 chapters of System Collapse. Good job. And he said, nothing exciting here. I'll be working on Mother's Day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jamie. But hopefully it'll be an easy day of work. That's what I'm hoping for you. Alicia says, so long story short, a connection in the bath. No. Oh, no. I know where this is going. Connection in the bathroom broke and has been fixed, but there is water everywhere in the carpet in the library. Bathroom was next to the library. Okay, so if the water was on the carpet, my hope then is that none of the books got wet. Like they just hit your bookshelves and none of the books were on the floor. Am I hoping for too much for that, Alicia? I hope not. Are you getting, I'm guessing you're getting the carpet ripped out too, maybe? Let's see, it says, Zach, yeah, I've heard polarized reactions on that one. Anne says, I'm trying not to go to sleep this early because I don't want to be awake at 3 or 4 in the morning. Completely understand that. Absolutely. Zach says, sorry, it's called Yesteryear. Autocorrect got me. Oh, Yesteryear. Okay, I have heard of that one because I think that was one of the Book of the Month books that was recommended. I ended up skipping my book of the. Yeah, it was. That was one of the Book of the Month books for May. I didn't end up getting that. But GMA book club pick. I don't know what the GMA is. I feel like with book club picks, you are always going to end up having people who really love it or really hate it. There doesn't seem to be a lot of in between with those kinds of books. Laisha says, I lost 9 books. No, I lost 9 books so far, but they were books I was going to sell on Pango and now can't. I'm so sorry. We're ripping out the carpet and moving everything out of there so we can get quotes on either recarpet or put some sort of flooring. Yeah, depending on whether you have a slab foundation or where your, how your pipes are run, you might find it to be better to put in vinyl flooring. You can do vinyl flooring yourself if you feel like it, but I mean, that can be exhausting when you have kids in a family and you're trying to manage everybody. So I completely understand if you do not want to do that yourself. And Anne says, good morning, America. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That makes total sense. See, that goes to show you all that I don't watch that. I know what it is. I've seen clips from it, but I don't watch that. So I had no idea. Thank you. Alicia says, yeah, it's concrete foundation. Okay. So you probably have, I'm guessing, a slab foundation. Oh, you said cinder block house. Okay. Okay. And if your pipes run under the floor, I don't know how it leaked from your bathroom when you say a pipe broke. If that, I'm guessing that was above the floor and not under the floor. If it was under the floor, you might not want vinyl in case it were to happen again, then you wouldn't know. But if it was above the floor, then vinyl would be probably an upgrade for you if you don't like dealing with carpet. Also, is your insurance paying for that, or are you just doing that? Because I would hope that if you had to have something fixed, your insurance would pay for it. And Zach says, so far, the only negative responses I've seen are from the conservatives. It's sterilizing. Good morning. Oh, yeah. Good morning, America. Sia says, I hope the damage is minimal. Yes, absolutely. And Alicia says it was the connection from the toilet tank to the. Oh, so it was above the floor. Well, if you don't like having to clean carpet, vinyl flooring is very nice. I have vinyl flooring in most of my house, and I find it quite convenient. So I don't know, it's just a thought. But all of it's expensive. That's the bad part. All of it is. It doesn't matter whether you go with carpet or vinyl. Everything is pricey, which is why I'm hoping for you that your insurance will pay for it. I'm so sorry. I hope that you find no other damaged books. And Alicia says, I'll have a video about it. Okay. Well, I can go and watch that then. That way you don't have to explain everything twice. Alrighty. Well, I've got another 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to give you all your next question, which is, what is one thing you would never order at a restaurant because yours is better? I like this question because this is always a debate Keaton and I have when we get something at a restaurant, is whether or not I could make it better. And Alicia says, yeah, we're looking at all options. Absolutely. Zach says that was satirizing. That's, oh, did I misread that? I probably did. Did I misread that, Zach? I probably did. Oh, satirizing. There we go. Yeah, satirizing. I did misread that. Keaton and I were having a really fun time, too, on our trip because he is very confident that I'm dyslexic. I was never tested for that or anything as a kid because my reading comprehension was always really good. But we were going through the Grand Canyon and we were reading the signs, and we'd see a truck with wording on it, and I would be trying to read it out loud, and he kept having to correct me, and I kept having to look back at whatever it was I was reading and then realizing oh yeah, that is not what that says. And I think he might be right. I think I might be dyslexic, and I just have made up for it I've compensated for it my whole life. So if I ever sound funny when I read something, that's probably what's happening is I'm putting letters in where they shouldn't be. My bad. Um, all right, so I got the next 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. You have your next question, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to the epilogue of AWOL on the Appalachian Trail. So I have made it to page 319. So I just have the epilogue and then some like Q&A with the author to finish. And then it's officially over. And I have been following the entire time in the book along with my AT guide. So every time he would stop at a shelter or something, I was tracking his progress. So to be at the very end with this. This was actually a really cool way to read this book. It's super nerdy. Like I probably am the only person that has ever done that while reading this book, but it really helped to visualize where he was on the trail. So very cool. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing that you would never order at a restaurant because yours is better? Stina said chicken salad. And now I'm assuming, Stina, you mean like chicken salad that's made with mayonnaise and not a salad with chicken on it. I always have to ask because chicken salad to me, I always refer to as like the mayonnaise kind with like the chopped chicken and you put like, grapes or pecans or whatever you want to put in it. But other people mean a salad with chicken on it. And Zach says, I don't have an answer for this. Small differences in food make absolutely no difference to me. Put it in twice the effort to get 10% better is insane to me. So I'm not a fussy cook or eater. Well, that must make it easy to make things then, because then after you make it, you don't beat yourself up about like, oh, well, last time it was a little bit better. I tend to do that when I make stuff is because I want it to be as consistent as possible. And Heidi says, I realize that I like my spinach pie better than the ones from the Greek restaurant. I make it so much, I think I perfected it. Also, my Duncan Hines chocolate chip cookies. Ooh, both of those sound really good, Heidi. I like a spinach pie recipe. And Kat says, hey, Alex and friends, had a dermatologist appointment that ran late. I said, welcome, Kat. Hope everything went well with the dermatologist. And Kat says, I'm glad to see your face, Alex. Happiness boost, which made me smile. So thank you, Kat. Happy to see you here. And Alicia says, hey, Kat. And a hello to Alicia. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy Friday. I just got home from work. Looking forward to hanging out. Well, welcome home from work. I hope that you're going to be able to relax this Friday. And Alicia says, I'd say birria tacos. Ooh, we got a good taco recipe. I love me a good taco. Jamie says, I'll go with nachos. I just like them a certain way that I feel like I can only get at home. Very fair. Nachos, I'm very picky about, so that makes a lot of sense. I also like nachos at home. And Tolkana's here. Hi, Tolkana. Tolkana says, happy Friday. And says, collard greens. Okay, good to know. And Mary says, tuna salad. All right, I might want your tuna salad recipe then, Mary. That sounds good. And Carmen's here. Hi, Carmen. Carmen says, hiya, Alex and crew, and hello to you. And Rob is giving some love to Kat. Stina says, I finished How to Solve Your Own Murder. Very good, probably 4.25 stars. Yay, that's wonderful. That's very exciting. I want to read another V.E. Schwab very soon. And Kirsten says, probably a salad. Very nice. And Carmen says German potato salad. Now that sounds fantastic as well. Give me any German potato recipe, period. I love German potato cakes. Like all of that is good. My recipe is definitely a French dip. I have yet to go to any restaurant that makes a French dip as good as mine. Keaton can confirm. And it says, right, except I use plain yogurt instead of mayo, and I add in things like sliced red grapes and English walnuts. That sounds really good. I love chicken salad. Jamie says, answered some messages from friends and started This House Will Feed by Maria Tarode. I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name, but it sounds like a horror novel. So you'll have to tell me what that's about, Jamie. And Hillary's here. Hi, Hillary. Hillary says, hi, I just got here. I'm reading Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. I've heard of that. I've heard good things about it. So hopefully you will end up enjoying it. I have not read it myself, but welcome to you, Hillary. And that one ended up being a pretty short break for us, which is totally fine. So I will go ahead and get us started with another 45-minute sprint. And my next question for you all, Please confirm that I did not ask this 2 weeks ago. I don't remember that I did because I don't remember anybody's answers to this, which I feel like I would. But would you rather have to walk 10 miles every day or swim 3 miles? If you can just confirm that I did not or have already asked that, I would appreciate it. And Mary says, finished Heartbeats by Bjorn Borg's memoir, 5 stars. Wonderful. So glad you enjoyed it. Makes me happy to hear. I've got to think about what I want to give my rating for AWOL on the Appalachian Trail, because for somebody like me, this is an invaluable book. For the average person, I wouldn't recommend it because other people aren't going to find it as interesting as I did unless you're just like a super serious hiker. So I have to think about that. But yeah, if you guys can just confirm that I have not already asked this question, I would really appreciate it. And then I will get us started on the next 45-minute sprint. And Jamie is talking about her book, says it's a historical Irish folk horror that takes place during the Great Famine. Ooh, Jamie, you'll have to let me know how that is. And Alicia says knickknacks are cleared off the shelves and now clearing bookshelves. You got this, Alicia. I hope you got some boxes to be able to move everything in so it makes it a little bit easier, or at least a space to set everything down on the floor. All right. Well, nobody has said that we've already had this question, which makes me believe that I haven't asked it already. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this up then. And you all can let me know, would you rather have to walk 10 miles every day or swim 3 miles? We've got another 45 minutes up on the clock. And after I finish AWOL on the Appalachian Trail, I'm going to start The Wind Through the Keyhole. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished my book and I just started The Wind Through the Keyhole. So I'm on page 10. Back into Midworld yet again. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather hike 10 miles every day or swim 3 miles? Let's see what you had to say. Stina says, either one would wreck me, so I'll go with swim, by which I mean float and dog paddle. That's fair. I didn't say that you couldn't float. Couldn't jellyfish. That's what I was taught. Jamie says, oh, Barry, that sounds good. I used to follow his career during the 70s. I'll have to check it out. Mary says, I hope you enjoy it. Jamie says, can't swim, so I'll have to go with walk. Kirsten says, I prefer to walk 10 miles because I love to walk, but I have a body fat ratio conducive to buoyancy, so I would easily swim, aka float, too. And Zach says, I definitely rather walk 10 miles. When I was a kid, walk 10 miles wouldn't have been strange. Walking for me, says Carmen. Rob says, at 10 miles, I love walking and I'm good for at least 3 miles a day. And Kat says, walk. I love walking. I'd drown if I had to swim 3 miles. I don't know how it would feel to swim 3 miles. Back in the day, I used to do swimming, and on like our, training and everything we did during the week to get ready for meets. I mean, we had to do lap after lap after lap. I don't really know what that ended up amounting to, but I could say that for my physicality right now, walking 10 miles would be the best thing for me. And Talcana says, swim. The desert background you've got going on does not motivate walking. That's fair. It's very fair. We've got one swim. And Angela says, I'll choose the 10 miles of walking, even though I know death will come anytime after the first 5. And Stina says, or plop me onto a tube in the lazy river at Waterworld. I could probably survive that with enough sunscreen. Poor Keaton. Anywhere we go, if he is out in the sun for any length of time, he gets burned. Him with his pale skin and his red hair. We even took like extra precautions. He wore 70 SPF sunscreen on his face. He wore a buff around his neck. He did all the right things. And he still got so burnt. And I somehow did not get burnt at all. I got very lucky. And Heidi says, walking, I would drown if I had to swim that much unless I had a noodle. Well, maybe you could have a noodle. You could have like one of those little paddle boards, you hold out in front of you and you kick your feet. And Mary says, swim. It sounds peaceful. Okay, so we got 2 for swimming. And Jane's here. Hi, Jane. Jane says, sorry for not being around. Had to drive my dad around. Well, you're totally okay. No worries. And Melissa says, walk. Wonderful. And you said, sorry, I had to leave early. My dad had to be driven around. That is all good. No problem. And Nicole says, hi, Alex. Long time no see. Hope you're well. Well, hi, Nicole. It's good to see you. I am doing well. Thank you. Just got back from our trip out west. So at the beginning of the sprint of the first 20 minutes, I was talking about that, and I showed some pictures from our adventure. So it was a really great time. Went out and started in Colorado and drove through Colorado, Utah, and into Arizona. Got to stop at 3 national parks and 1 national monument. Oh, that reminds me, I need to show you all my jacket. 1 second. So I started collecting patches, and this is what it's looking like so far. So I ironed these on today, and I'm really excited about them. I think it turned out so good. My mom actually gave me this jacket randomly for, I think it was on Christmas, because she had bought it for herself. She didn't realize that she had bought it in a junior size, and so the sizing ended up being for me and not for her. And I got it and immediately was like, I'm turning that into my national park jacket, and it's going to be so awesome. It already looks really good. And Nicole says, I'd rather walk. Melissa says, wish my sister would do something for once. Oh, to help you out with your dad? Yeah, have you talked to her about that so that she could help you? And Jamie says, read the first 3 chapters of The House Will Feed and started folding laundry. Awesome. Nicole says, hi, chat friends. And Kat says, Barry made us crawfish etouffee for dinner. Ooh, that sounds good. We'll be watching Brain Dead on the Zombie-thon Discord in a few minutes. I'll have you up in the background. Well, thank you. Also, say hi to Barry and tell him I'm jealous of your dinner. And Alicia says, I would have to pick walking. I could do 10 miles if I'm at a theme park. I don't know how to swim. Very fair. Yeah, 10 miles goes by really quick if you're walking around the theme park, it would seem. And Alicia says, I can relate to Keaton. I get so burned if the sun even looks at me. Yeah, I feel so bad for him because he really was trying. I even told him at the beginning of the trip, he pulled out the sunscreen that he bought for himself and he was rubbing it all over his face. And I was like, honey, I'm so proud of you, because usually he'll just forget and that's why he gets burned. I told him I was so proud because he put it all over and he would even reapply it. And it did not save him. And Heidi says, hi, Kat. What zombie movie is tonight? And Rob says, give some love to Nicole. And Zach says, I do have plantar fasciitis set a Walking Dead. I do have plantar fasciitis set a Walking Dead miles would make it feel like a walking 10 miles. I think that's what it's supposed to say. Walking 10 miles would make it feel like I was walking on broken glass, but I'm used to that. No, that's terrible. Do you not have like special insoles? Are there special insoles that can help with that? I'm not really sure. And Angel says walk. And Alicia says, Kat, I'm looking forward to your Saturday morning momentum tomorrow. I'm going to need it. And Kat says, Brain Dead, aka Dead Alive, directed by Peter Jackson. Oh, it's a Peter Jackson movie. Cool. And Nicole says, oh, fun. I'll have to go back and watch the start. And Melissa says, very nice. Thank you. And Nicole says, love the jacket. Thank you very much. And Alicia says, that is awesome. Appreciate it. Zach says, sorry, that was supposed to say walking 10 miles. Voice typing outside. No, that's okay. She says, cool. And Kat says, Barry says, hello to you, Alex. Thank you. And you said, we love your jacket. Thank you so much. Jamie says, that's fantastic. Love the jacket. And Nicole says, hey to Rob. Lisa says, love the jacket. Thank you. Heidi says, I love the jean jacket. I never would have picked out a jean jacket for myself, so it had to be something that my mom gave me to be like, hey, this doesn't fit. Here, you try it on. And it actually was very comfortable. So I wore denim. Like, that was my everyday thing. All my growing up, I only wore denim pants and like some sort of colored top. And so to go back to having like anything denim colored is actually kind of nostalgic for me, I guess. Melissa says she lives 90 minutes away. Oh, that's a little bit of a schlep. I can understand. And Kat says, I need power hour tomorrow morning too, Alicia. Melissa says, thinking about it more, I would probably want to swim 3 miles? Yeah, I want to swim 3 miles? Okay, we got 3 for swimming then. Zach says, I've probably spent $3,000 on insoles over the years. Nothing seems to help. Yeah, I don't even know. Is that something that like surgery can correct? I don't know. I'm not. So I have a friend of mine has plantar fasciitis and he's talked about it quite a bit. But the only thing that really seemed to help him was resting his foot, which isn't very helpful if you lead an active lifestyle. So I don't know what fixes that. And Angela says, I made it to page 49 in the ending writes itself. Very interesting concept, very character driven, but a nice plot too. Wonderful. Great job. All right, everybody, we're going to head into the last 2 sprints of the evening. So my second to last question for you all, as always, is going to be, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something you learned, 5 minutes ago. I just realized I'm giving the last question intro that I usually do. So instead of that, what's something interesting you learned over the last week? It could be something that's just interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. And I like learning new things, so I don't even have to really know what you're talking about. So just tell me about it. And Nicole says planners can be caused by tight calf muscles, so sometimes specific stretches help. Okay. And Melissa says, I twisted my ankle twice in a 3-month period about 12 years ago. Makes being on my feet hard. I'm so sorry. That's awful. That's no fun at all. I hate it when people have pain. Having chronic pain is not fun. Alrighty, everybody. Well, you've got your last question. What's something you learned over the last week that was interesting? I've got a fun one that I learned at the Grand Canyon that I plan to share. I was paying attention on my little geology walk that I did there. And I will see you all very soon. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 37 in The Wind Through the Keyhole. And I think I need to turn my light back up here. Let's see. Oop. Wrong one. Didn't realize I had made it so dark on the camera. There we go. I am almost to the very first story that Roland is going to tell in this book, because the interesting thing about The Wind Through the Keyhole is it's technically book 4.5 in the Dark Tower series, so it wasn't a part of the original story. It was written much later, and it's a series of short stories while they are waiting out a storm. So Roland is doing a retelling, which is pretty fun. So I'm excited to start the new one, which I believe is called the Skin Man, whatever that is. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something over the last week that you learned that was interesting? And Stina said, I used to get plantar fasciitis flares a lot. Then one day I bought these really awesome boots that fit absolutely perfectly. After wearing them most days for a few weeks, I was cured. And I asked her if those were the same funky colored boots that she had talked about before on another stream. Zach says, I've also done months of calf exercises to try to help. It never worked. I'm just used to walking on butcher knives a few days a month. Oh, that is so awful. I'm so sorry. Stina says, yesterday I learned that my doctor has a former colleague who had a podcast called Healthy Looks Great on You. That's cool. And Stina says, no, not the cowboy boots. They were these steampunky looking boots in pewter leather from a German company. I was so angry when they were stolen from my hotel room. People can be so shitty. He said, I bought new ones, but a different color, and it's just not the same. Now I can't find them anywhere. Oh. Heidi says, oh, I discovered a treasure. One of my favorite authors, Tad Williams, started to read all his books on his YouTube channel during the pandemic, and he's still doing it. 2 one-hour episodes each week. Well, that's really nice. Cool. I love that. Jamie says, I learned about a new floss tuber that has a great video about different ways of working on full coverage projects. He made it look so logical and stress-free that I think I'm ready to tackle one. That's exciting. Give it a try. Nikki says, nothing interesting for me. I just had a frustrating week. I'm very sorry, Nikki. I hope your next one is better, or at least that your weekend is going to be a lot nicer. And Rob says, I've been learning a lot about DoorDash and Instacart from a friend that has been using both apps for almost a year. Are you learning about it from the perspective of wanting to get stuff delivered to you, or are you wanting to be the delivery driver? Zach says, I learned technically 1972 was the longest year in history. It was a leap year, and there were 2 relief seconds added for accuracy. China is developing the most accurate clock ever. Technically, how we quantify time will change soon. The difference will be ultra tiny, but more accurate than ever before. Yeah, isn't the current most accurate clock the one that NASA has? Because they're like configuring the time here on Earth compared to that on the International Space Station. I feel like that's the one that goes out like the most decimal points or something for seconds, or just something about it being the most accurate one that everybody else sets their watches to. Not really sure though. My fun fact that I learned while I was at the Grand Canyon, there's this geology walk that you can do on the way to the Geology Museum. And they were talking about the different kinds of rock that are at the Grand Canyon. And they said that there are 270 million years worth of rock that are currently missing from the rock wall because of erosion that happened on the rim of the canyon. So those 270 million years were the years of the dinosaurs. So there are currently no fossils available at the Grand Canyon, but they were able to tell that the canyon used to be an ocean because the fossils that were found in the deeper layers of the limestone, which I thought was really cool, but hard to believe that 270 million years could erode before humans got there to study it, but they were able to find those rocks further down, as the Colorado River carried them. So they're still able to learn things, just not directly at the Grand Canyon, which is really neat. And Angela says, I learned that coconut water is so pure that it was once used in emergencies as IV fluid in World War II among British and Japanese troops. I wish I liked it more. Great hydration, low calorie electrolytes. I'm with you. I also don't like the taste of coconut water, unfortunately. It makes me sad that I don't. And Mary says, thanks for Sprint. See you next week. Bye, Mary. Good to see you. Kirsten says, one of my regular walks takes me past the location of Hamilton and Burr's duel commemorated with a statue. I learned that two of their descendants are great friends who kayak together and recreate the duel. That is hysterical, and I love it. That's the kind of history I like to hear. And Keaton's here and says, hi, peeps. Jamie says hello to Keaton, and Jamie says, I finished folding and putting away laundry and read chapter 4 in The House Will Feed. Wonderful. How are you liking it so far? Jamie says, that's really interesting, Angela. It makes me think I should try it again. Yeah, I am a firm believer that most things, if you say you don't like them, you can probably find a way in which you would enjoy them. I have yet to find the way that I like the taste of coconut water, but maybe it exists. Zach says, I had a pair of Nikes once that helped and fit perfectly, but they quit making them pretty much immediately. They discontinued the entire line. I hate it when they do that. Keaton and I, when we first, I've only ever bought one pair of Hoka's, and that was the Clifton 9s a couple years ago. And Keaton ended up getting a pair the next year, and he agreed that they weren't fitting the same, because I had read a bunch of reviews where people were saying, oh yeah, they changed it. I wouldn't recommend buying them anymore. So that's when I ended up switching to Brooks. But it's just so frustrating when everybody ends up really liking a shoe and then they change it for no apparent reason, or they just get rid of the one that is really comfortable and then you have to go and find something else. It's very irritating. But right now I'm a Brooks fan. Brooks are really good shoes. That's what I hiked in the entire time that we were out west. I didn't have any feet pain, very luckily. And Jamie says, that's so fun, Kirsten. And Rob says, DoorDash, I'm curious as to why it's popular and how anyone can make any money with it. I can see its use, but for me, I just go get stuff. Yeah, so with DoorDash, I have a friend that used to do that when he was saving for a house, and he told me that the majority of the money was made in tips. It wasn't from the actual driving. So if you don't get people that are really tipping all that well, yeah, you're not making that much money compared to how much you're paying in gas. And with gas prices right now, depending on what kind of car you have, if you're not driving like a hybrid or a fuel efficient car, I mean, you're going to be probably burning as much gas as what you're earning in tips. So, I guess it depends. I mean, also on the area that you live in too, and what the surge pricing is for certain times of day when you can earn more. I don't know. It seems like every industry where people can earn money from like a gig economy, it ends up becoming oversaturated because everybody then wants to try to do that, and then there's not enough business to go around. Angela says, it was interesting to look at the UFO files the Pentagon released this week. Oh, I didn't know they released files, did they? Oh, that's cool. What did you learn, Angela? What was in them? And Eleanor says, I use coconut water to make smoothies. Does it cover the taste, or can you taste the coconut water? Because here's the weird thing. I love coconut, like shaved coconut. Give me mounds. Give me a German chocolate cake. I'll eat like literal shaved coconut, but for whatever reason the coconut water tastes chemically to me. I just don't really like it. Zach says the new clock is called the Strontium Lattice Optical Clock if you want to look it up. I will look that up right when we go to our next sprints. Strontium Lattice Optical. Cool. Thank you. Stina says, I'm now listening to Emily and the Hollow World by Martha Wells. I've yet to read anything by Martha Wells, but I know that she is extremely popular. And Zach says, it's so accurate, it would take 70 billion years for it to be 1 second off. That's crazy. Really? I want to look that up for sure. And Angel says, Andrew bought me a pair of Hoka shoes, and I love them. They really helped me out. That's awesome, and I'm glad to hear that. And there is a shoe for everybody. I believe it. Jamie says, I'm still in the setup phase. They just arrived at the house. The information about the people affected by famine is heartbreaking. Yeah. Angela says, why can't coconut water taste like and have all the benefits of cream of coconut? I'd guzzle that all day long, at least until I got sick. I'm with you. Like if coconut water tasted like the like sweetened coconut flakes that I used to eat, I probably couldn't get enough of that. I wouldn't ever drink soda again. I'd only drink coconut water. Zach says those shoes would have probably been extremely uncomfortable for normal people. I have unbelievably high arches. It's like I'm walking on bananas. That's so interesting because I know that you can buy insoles for having high arches, but I imagine like to get special orthopedic ones are probably extremely expensive. That was the really frustrating thing when one year my mom and I we got our memo. It was like a $200 gift card. Like we both pitched in money to get her a gift card to go to like the special foot store where they like measure everything for you and give you the proper insoles and shoes and whatnot. And I think she told me that if she wanted to get a full pair of shoes, it would have been like $500. So she could only afford to get new insoles, which she did do, but that was just so awful to me. Like, how outrageous is that that you want to like get something from I'm assuming it must be podiatrists that run the place, but you want to get something from a podiatrist and I mean a new pair of glasses is $500. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised. I guess I'm not. Still frustrating though. And Angela says, I learned I need a magnifying glass to see the UFOs. Okay. A magnifying glass. And Stina says, coconut water tastes bitter to me. And Stina says, my instep is crazy high. Most shoe stores have only a few pairs of shoes that I can wear. Dang it. I guess I'm lucky with my normal arches. Huzzah. I'm sorry that you all deal with that though. My next question for you all is going to be our last question of the evening because we are headed into our last sprint, and that is going to be what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? This is where I get to do the proper intro for that question. It could be big, it could be small, it could be something that you did 5 minutes ago or something that you did, a couple weeks ago right after we met. Either way, I just want to hear something that you feel accomplished having done. And Zach says, I paid $400 for insoles. They were about as good as the $40 ones I've been using. See, that sucks. That's terrible. And I mean, I guess at least you know now that you'll never want to buy those again. So that's something. What a waste. Well, I will go and adjust the time here. Our last sprint will be 30 minutes, as is traditional. And I'm going to get started in my first story that Roland is telling in my book. And I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. And I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 48 in The Wind Through the Keyhole. And before we left, I asked you all the question was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. Zach says, I even tried hand carving my own wooden arch support once and gluing high density foam to it to make it more comfortable. I mean, if anybody would be able to figure out how to do that, I mean, if it's your foot, I would say you could do it. And Angela says, I ordered flowers for my mom, dad, and grandparents' graves this week, plus 2 uncles who never married and have no children. My mom's have already been placed, a tradition in the South since 1866. I think that's really beautiful, Angela. That's so sweet. Kirsten says, today a friend's student film came out that I had acted in, and I'm proud of myself for being willing to attempt something that was a stretch of my capabilities. I have a hard time taking good risks. Well, I think that's really awesome that you acted in a film and that it just came out for you to see. I love that. Jamie actually is somebody who could talk to you about that because Jamie is a filmmaker, film writer as well. Zach says, I finally confronted the person that's been treating me like a radioactive dog turd for the last 8 months. They're probably just going to ghost me, but at least I feel a little better. Well, good on you for sticking up for yourself. That can be really hard. You said that was the person I tried to help by giving them $5,000. Oh my God. So you gave them all that money and then they treated you like shit? I'm so sorry, Zach. Sometimes you can't trust people. It's terrible. Rob says, slightly different spin on the question. I'm happy I was able to get a copy of The Monkey's Paw, W.W. Jacobs, from my favorite independent publisher. 400 copies sold out in 2 hours. Well, congratulations. That's awesome. And Stina says, I took my car in this week to get her road ready for Missouri and Illinois this summer. Wonderful. Are you going to St. Louis? And Eleanor says, accomplished lots of reading during sprints. Great job. Thanks, Alex, and happy weekend, everyone. And happy weekend to you, too. Jamie says, I'm proud of the fact that I took some self-care time last night, just chilled and watched a few episodes of Big Bang Theory, my go-to comfort watch, and slept in this morning, no alarm. Good for you. I love that. She said, I feel like I've been more productive and more positive today as a result. That's beautiful. Nicole says, read nothing, but did edit a video. Good job. Alicia says, my accomplishment for the week is I survived this week with everything going on. Yes, you sure did. Everybody made it to the end of this week, and I'm proud of you for that. Said, I moved a few more things out of the library, and I'm exhausted, so I'm calling it a night on that. Absolutely. That's okay. Moving stuff when there's been water damage is a huge project. Water mitigation is something I deal with for my job. It is never fun. I hate it every time. It sucks. Rob says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Good morning, America. Yeah, thank you, Rob. It's good to see you. And Alicia says, thanks for sprints, Alex. And thank you for coming, Alicia, even with everything you had going on. And Stina says, I'll probably go around St. Louis visiting my dad for a while and going to a family reunion east of St. Louis. Well, cool. I love that. I hope you have a great time when you travel. I know it's probably a little ways away, but still. Rob says, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Yes, happy Mother's Day to all the moms. And that includes dog moms. Happy Mother's Day to you. Jamie says, thanks for the sprints. Thanks for coming, Jamie. Oh, yeah. I guess my big accomplishment was everything on my trip that I had planned so meticulously went exactly on time as it should every step of the way, which is honestly all a person can ask for. Even if certain things didn't meet expectations that I necessarily had, everything was on time. So I planned well. Hooray. Stina says, thanks for sprints in the chat. Good night, everybody, and good night to you. And Angela says, made it to page 65. I'm enjoying the storyline. Thanks for the sprints. Have a good week ahead, and happy Mother's Day to you as well. Thank you. Kirsten says, thank you for the wonderful sprints as always. Well, thank you for coming. And Jamie says, have a great weekend and happy Mother's Day to all the moms and mom figures. Yes. And with that, wish you all a wonderful evening and a happy weekend. Good night, everybody. Bye.